we might just go ahead and buy the SPY contracts maybe within the next week. I have my mic muted the whole time. Not on the Discord, but on the stream thing. So, yeah, that's pretty much all. So like I said, the reason why SPY can't get above this midpoint is one, just because it's, you know, just a little bit bearish right now, which also means that the second you step above 503.40, you're going to start to gain some momentum and potentially run to around the 515, 514 level. If you can't get above 503, you're simply just going to fall down to 492. And it was kind of funny, right? What level did we end up opening up at? It was right around the 492 level, right? So the reason why you opened up around that level is because it's a quarter point. Remember, everything the market does is timeable. It's all projected from days in advance. So you don't really have to stress yourself out with that. You just got to take your time, allow the market to trend here, see if it's just going to go down to a new low where we could buy another set of contracts for a couple weeks and a couple months out. And then we'll let like 2 hours go by. We'll start getting our 0-day trades going. We'll make the contracts for a couple months out free, just like how we did yesterday and a couple days ago. Remember, we turned a $4 account to $400. We then took out 100. We also then threw $75 into the long term. So that $4 account, because we actually ended up buying 3 contracts for September, that account is now impossible for me to lose. So starting with just $4, I already locked in some contracts, and I withdrew some money, and I have some contracts still on the board. Those are the contracts that we currently have for NVDA. But yeah, just simple little concepts and ideas. Once we see if SPY can actually get above 503, we'll see when we want to sell the NVIDIA contracts. For now, you guys already seen my price. Average is $19, and I want to sell out at $180. Currently, the options are around $60 right now. So we're up 300% currently. I just want to see if we'll be able to hit that $150, $130 level. Again, we're already up 300%. I want to see if we'll go to around 900 since we're already up 300%. And these are all the trades that we've been sending into the Discord. Remember that. So if you guys want to also jump into NVIDIA or SPY or any of these other names, just be on the lookout for whenever you see me text that name in the Discord, right? You can kind of like stalk the option whenever I send it. You can also paper trade it. That's a good idea. I would say that you should do that as well, just to see how the flow is throughout the couple weeks and couple days. Because with every option that I usually give you to buy, if it's a monthly, 100% you're gonna have a couple locations where you could sell out. Kind of like this chart here, right? How do you guys like it now? I made it better. So I made it easier to see. Again, this is why I timed the market falling out the sky from 613. And this is how I also timed the market basically hitting a low. Everything is timeable, like I said. It's not random. It's just usually, we kind of give it that excuse, unfortunately. But we're here to learn. We're here to get better. And if that's the same with you, I'm sure you're going to start smoking this market once you start copying and pasting these ideas and these concepts on your chart. Because again, it's not like it's my idea. The reason why I say that is because the ideas are so simple, I can't even say it's mine. It's just me making visual conclusions, Like, for example, I was looking at this low right here from 2022, and I was like, wait a second, why does that kind of look like the halfway point? So hide everything. I was like, why does this kind of look like the halfway point of this area here? And I was like, wait a second. It is a halfway point. So if you just take those areas and those ranges and basically that's what all these little boxes are. It's where the price action could consolidate and do something weird. And how I got that was by looking at all these years, because every single year, as you can see from the way I'm copying and pasting it, every single year follows this weird trajectory for some reason. Not too sure why, but it's the same number for literally since the beginning of SPY's history. So what I'm trying to say is, SPY is literally staircasing in a certain fashion, a certain amount of $100 up, certain drop down. Once it does that, jump up, and it does it every single time. I missed it in 2022. I couldn't catch that from the bottom or from the top. I'll be honest with you. I completely got steamrolled, both sides at the same time. I mean, not the same time, you know, one after another, but it was the most unpleasant thing in the world, because now it's just like, all right, you're at a low and I can't make money. I'm at a high and I can't make money. Yet, 3 months ago, I never took a loss. What is even happening right now? And no, yeah, it's just me not wanting to acknowledge just the faults per day. Because let's say if you do something intelligent, right? And then 2 days in a row, you're doing something that's not that intelligent, that's a little bit more risky, a little bit less, you know, secure. What's going to happen is 4 or 5 days later, you're going to end up doing something even more unsecure than that. It just dominoes. And if you're not being attentive and you're not kind of watching yourself from a like third perspective, you could say, like a bird's eye view, you need to pay attention to yourself. And as long as you are, you won't let that, you know, kind of occur. Sometimes it's just going to occur. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes you will have to actually lose every single penny you have in your account the first time to make you truly understand that, one, if you can see some consistency with 20%, 30% per day, take it. Don't just let it, you know, let it go. I see a lot of you still do that even till now, even the newer individuals. Before you even claim 100% the first time and you send a picture into the chat, I want to be able to actually see you send, you know, 100 to 1,000 pictures of you selling at 20%. Once you actually maintain the right perspective and the right mindset, and it's not, oh, I think I can make more than this, you know, that's the problem. So if you're new, I'm just letting you all know you're supposed to at least claim 100 to 1,000 20% before you start claiming 100 or 200. If you're claiming big percents too fast, you're going to lose it all. I can promise you that. You're going to lose every single penny. So just take it real slow. Real slow. There we go, Elijah. Just make sure it's not a third time, right? Because that's where things start boiling up out of control. Yeah, but there we go. As long as you're aware of it, you can track it down and break it down in terms of what day it occurred, why it occurred. Did you have some extra bias that was in your head that day? Did you see like a news report or something? This was somebody talking to you from your family about something else that had nothing to do with this, but it kind of, you know what I mean? So it's like all those little things. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and take a look at the euro. This euro has been, I've been fighting with the euro since 12 o'clock yesterday night. The whole entire night I've been trading euro. And let me tell you, it's fun. It's really fun. These are all my buys, as you can see, as well as the sells. I don't even know how much trades I had. I think on the chat I had posted six different trades from 6 different times, just from last night. And then yesterday night from like 10 to 11, we had like another 2 or 3. So every single trade has worked out so far. I kind of want to see if it's going to hold here and run up, but that would mean that SPY is going to crash down. But SPY kind of looks like it's changing directions here. So I kind of don't want to enter into another position right now. I'll be honest with all of you. Like, we kind of just smoked the market, just running right back up. You know what was so cool about this? I finally did what I always wanted to do, which was play a whole entire trend perfectly. I did it with futures once. With SPY, it's a little bit more difficult. We could try to see if we could do it today. But we got to get into the flow of it, meaning you can't stop trading SPY. You always have to have a contract on the board. Like literally both ways, up, down, up, down, up, down. Eventually what's going to happen is one side is going to be chosen and you're going to take a loss, I'll be honest with you. As long as you make sure that it's not too massive in terms of capital, you should be fine. But no, yeah, I bought right here. It ran up here, sold out. Bought again at the low, ran up here. Fell down, held, ran up here, sold out. Fell down again, bought again. Bought the puts now. This got stopped out. First time I got stopped out. And then it ran up to the top, sold the calls again. After I had sold the puts because I got stopped out, I hopped into another call right around here. Once it hit the circle, I sold out, got some puts, played to the bottom. And that $15 account that I had on the 6 is now at $70 right now, just from last night. Which means if I could double it again either tonight or tomorrow, that $15 account on the 6 is probably going to be at like 150 by like Friday maybe. I just got to trade with it every day. So yeah, we'll see. And then this is the chart that I built on the euro. So this is one of my greatest charts I have on the euro right now. It's every single year with the lows and the highs, except these right here. I didn't really map those out. But we got all the lows, most of the highs, and this would just allow us to see where the market could go next, right? Just like that. By the way, the reason why the euro is actually having some difficulty here is because on the bigger scale, you hit a very important line, as you can see, and you're just resisting off of it. That's why you're right below it. All right, let's take a look at SPY. Let's see what's going on over here. SPY is in between the blue and the purple EMA on the 5-minute, of course. We might toss the Microsoft contract, I'll be honest. The $8 one. It's still break even right now. Actually, no, it's not. It's down $2. The thing is, you start the low, so you could still snap up tomorrow and get at least a nice, decent gain tomorrow. Unless SPY's about to make a new low. Then, of course, you're going to get shattered, right? So, let's talk about what we did yesterday. Let's talk about what we're going to do today. And then let's go ahead and end this video. Alright. So, in terms of yesterday, we had told everybody when you were around 524, 521, somewhere around here, we had mentioned that SPY wants to fall down, and if it's going to follow the trend like it did last time, which was on the 3rd to 4th day, basically this right here, that's 2nd, 3rd, that's the 4th day, which is today. On the 3rd day, you had basically fallen from the top of the trend after you made a new high past the 1st day, or the 2nd day, sorry, right, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. This is the 1st day that brought you into the trend. So the 2nd day, that high you made, on the 3rd day you pass it, and then we had told you all that you were going to fall down below it. Depending on where you went, it would then tell you how far you can go down. So on the upside, you only went slightly above the previous high. So all we're looking for is this to basically go slightly below the previous low, just like how I did up here for equal reaction, which is why we have this little circle right down here. It's also why we had mentioned to everybody that yesterday at the top, you pretty much want to start playing the puts right around where I had drew this little, like this little downtrending line, right? Not really the best in the world, but yeah, it did its job. just to show you that the market wanted to go kind of down a little bit, and it was already tilting around that time. So now that you're at the lows, let's see if you're just going to hit this quarter point again, which is right around here. After you do that, let's see if you're just going to start running up to 514. If you go below 592, you could play puts to 581. Sorry, not 581, 481. However, just be careful with the 470s, right? They're right below you. And that's pretty much all. That's the only thing you have to watch out for. We'll give this a moment here, and we'll see if we can get another 100, 200, 300% on our contracts. Just like how we did yesterday and the day before and the day before that. Pretty much this whole entire month and last month. So we've been on like a real nice 100% streak, you could say. Some days, of course, it's not always 100%. There's definitely probably 1 or 2 of those days, maybe 3 of those days that we didn't get one. I just can't honestly tell you that. Because if I look back at my trades now, yesterday we had 2, the day before that we had 2, the day before that one we had 2, and then Monday of last week we had 3. Selling overnight, then getting into those 2-day trades, and then Tuesday of last week we had 1. Maybe Wednesday or Thursday we didn't have 1. That could have been the case. Because Thursday we didn't have day trades. But then again, overnight we had sold the contracts at 100%. On Wednesday. No, yeah, I literally don't think I think every single one of our contracts went 100%. So that's nice, right? We'll see if we can keep it up. What's the first thing we need to do to keep it up here? Well, how did we even get those percentages in the first place, right? What did we do, and can we do it again? In terms of what we did, we just bought at the low. So that's pretty much exactly what we're doing this morning. So once it hits the quarter point, that's another little buying area that you can hop into for the call side, right? Everything is marked up on the side, so you shouldn't have a problem seeing nothing. And then on the left, you have your supply and demand zones, right? Which are all your perfect buying and selling points. I have everything turned off here, as you can see. So I will be turning it on right now. Okay, so everything is on now. I love how this worked 2 times. So look at the arrow we had drew yesterday. Towards the end of the day. We basically told everybody that below 504, look how perfect that is. You want to play puts to 494. So 2 days in a row it worked out. Yesterday and today. Next up, I want to see if this is going to run to this 514 point. Just simply because it's an equal reaction. Now, since you didn't hit the line right there, the dotted line right here at the bottom, when you run up, don't expect to hit the dotted line either. So I would sell out my contracts right before 514. Just because of the reaction we're getting down here. It's kind of crazy, but the reaction you get down here basically tells you what to do at the top. Can you believe that? Like, it actually, you can get to that level where it actually tells you that. So whatever a trend does before it just ran up into a certain area, if you could read that bottom correctly, it tells you what's going to happen at the top. And it does it every single time. So theoretically, if you could just stare at the bottoms and understand its language, I mean, you always be able to translate it. You know what I mean? It's kind of what's going on here. Trying to grab you, pick you up. Why are you scurrying around? You're running around like a Scooby-Doo. I was trying to catch her when she was least expecting it. Alright, let me see. You gotta be quicker than that. Oh man. Let's go to the 5 minute. You're holding on 200 on NVDA here on the 5-minute. So again, this is bullish, right? A couple of days ago, you were above the 200, and way before that, you were below it for a couple of days as well. Now you're getting above it and holding. As long as you can hold above this, we could still potentially see this run up to 105, 110. I mean 107, not really 110. 110 is maybe. I'm thinking 107 first. It might just flicker into a previous high, if not 104. So you could say 104 to 107. And then for Bitcoin, we're still waiting for 69,000. SPY still at that low. Euro still holding at that perfect buy. So if it keeps holding here, you're going to explode up here. However, it does look like it's curving downwards. Right? So if we run up here and you see a high that's less than one of these highs, that's kind of confirming the idea. Kind of like how this high right here was less than this high. That shows the start of a downtrend, right? Let's see what's going on here. 493, 492. So at the bottom of the pre-market. So if you hold on this bottom here, you're going to run right back up to 496. If you get above 496, you'll go higher. If you're trying to go downwards, what the market's going to do is run up here, hit this, go down, hit this, and then go downwards. So that's how we could play this. Let it get bought up. Let it hit that middle line. We'll get into some puts potentially if it's still very slow and it gets stuck. And then we'll play the puts going downwards even lower. We'll sell out right below it, just a tad bit lower. Let it run up to it again. Let it retest the bottom of the zone. Get into another set of puts again. Play the continuation going down. So you went below it for a second there. That was fantastic. Beautiful call entry. As you can see, we have written it on the side for a couple weeks now, and it's pretty much the only thing we're copying and pasting now, at least on this chart, just to make it simple. We don't want to have too much stuff everywhere, right?
TNA. Yeah, that's doing really good.
So again, SPY might be getting above the 200 here, so just be very careful if you're trying to play puts when it runs up. You want to see this slam straight down, not really retest anything, right? What's good, Donald? Good morning. For Owanda Will, I use, or for Forex, I use Owanda. There's a couple other apps that you can use as well, but nah, yeah, I'm just using Owanda for now. It's kind of nice because you can start trading with just 2 cents, which is pretty much what I did. I have an account that has $15, and I have an account that has 2 cents. And so far, it's been over a year since I actually added money to this account, like from my own bank. I never needed to add money into this account, not one time, besides the first time, of course. So I want you all to understand that I've never actually blown this account. It just keeps resetting to a low number. That's my favorite part about this, honestly. Very, very, very forgiving. Alright, so we'll give SPY a second here. Everybody locked in their contracts 6 months out, 12 months out, 1 month out. Make sure you lock them in. As you can see on my screen, it tells you to lock it in right around that bottom point of 489 to 479. So whenever you're near those levels, make sure you're looking for the monthlies and the yearly calls. Just like how when we were at the top, as you can see, it worked out a lot of times too. That's 1 drop, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We'll count this whole entire thing as 7. That last little up and down and then up and then down, that's just 1. But look how much drops you had off of this point if you had bought these options. You know what I mean? You would have made so much like literally, you would have doubled your account here, doubled your account here. By the time you had the last double, you would have been probably buying your 100th property right now because of how much capital you would have made. Because you have to understand this. There's nobody in the world that makes this amount of money this quickly. You could probably get into real estate and buy something for $1 million, sell it for maybe a couple million, a couple years later. That's definitely like one of the greatest gains that I could see, in terms of a consistent thing that can happen throughout time, right? Because it's the act of trading. You're buying a house, someone's trading a house for capital, obviously. You get the house, it might be in a bad state, you fix it, you improve it. So it's like there's certain ways where you could repetitively be able to get certain gains throughout life with the things you do. So that's kind of what life becomes. It's like, for your time and what you're doing, what type of gain is possible. Even if you can't see the gain because it's hidden for now, in a year, 2 years, 5 years, 6 years, what type of gain is possible? And once you start working back from there, you start seeing kind of all the beautiful colors of this market, which is the extremities, right? The idea that you can hold at a certain point, not even pay attention to it, come back a couple weeks later, or every single time just put a stop loss to sell out, or not a stop loss, I apologize, a take profit. You don't even have to put a stop loss whenever you're charting to this level, because it's always going to work out. Even when it doesn't work out in your favor, it's always still technically going to work out, because your chart will account for it, depending on how well you did it and how much effort you put into it. That's why even when SPY's kind of breaking my charts, it's still kind of listening to it, right? Like, look at this midpoint right here, 545. You see how you randomly held right above it and you didn't want to touch it? You did the same thing over here when you had fallen from this top point to this bottom point right down here. You see how you didn't hit the midpoint and you held and you ran up higher? So that's how I knew that the market would do that here, because I seen it happen a bunch of times before. See how fast that was? So it's just you're translating what has happened and what the market does do and how it does normally trend into a trading style where it kind of acknowledges that. So you don't even have to think no more. You just look at the chart after you chopped it up with the highs and lows, and then boom, you just lock in the contracts. It literally is a game. That's why when I'm trading Forex, it's not really me playing with real money. I don't feel like this is real money. This literally feels like a game. Because you know when to sell. You know when it's about to run into that 1348 EMA. You know when it looks like it's about to start changing directions. You know. Don't say you don't know. Even if you're new here, it takes you one day because of how amazing the human brain is. No matter where you come from in terms of intelligence, that doesn't matter, right? All it takes is one day for you to look at the trends and be able to establish some type of perspective where it actually works. That's what I'm saying. Like, it wasn't just me that was special in the beginning. It was me just believing in myself that actually allowed me to, one, trade well and early and actually make some money. And not only that, but actually be able to help me in the future in terms of teaching. So it's kind of crazy, right? Which means that if I did that, 100% you all could be in that same position in terms of teaching, in terms of the level I'm at, in terms of even getting to a better level, getting to a higher level, right? So yeah, just take it real slow. Try to not take too many losses. Like I said, you all know when to buy and sell. You all truly know it. If you had to ask yourself right there in the moment, you would know. I don't know if that makes sense. I know it sounds very vague, very not logical maybe to a certain degree. I could see how one could say that, but you know what I'm saying for those who know. If you don't know, see why you don't know. If it's because you have no idea what's going on, well then come up with a random idea. SPY goes up, SPY goes down. It's a financial asset. Trump's releasing crazy news on tariffs. Market's going down. China's trying to, fire back at us. So it's a very good little situation for somebody to actually learn. It's going to be stressful. I'll tell you that much. Because every single week you're going to have news hitting you from every single direction. However, it never matters. Why does it never matter? Because let me ask you something, ladies and gentlemen. This chart right here, regardless of what happened with Trump and all that other stuff, if you just bought at the low and it ran up $40, do you think you would have made money? Yes or no? Yes, right? So,
Yeah.
You see how nothing else needs to be said? That's it. It's just no, yeah, you would have made money. So why didn't all of us make money on that $40 run up? It's because not all of us have this chart here. Why don't all of us have it? Because I didn't make a video for it yet. I did make a video, but I should have made a better one. So yeah, it's just a little bit of me being a little bit more lazy. So what I did last night was I decided to fix it, clean it up, make it a little bit better for you guys. And I'm going to make an additional video today because you're at the bottom. So I'm going to post this on Patreon to kind of give everybody a heads up. They should be buying monthly and yearly calls right now at the bottom. Only put in like 200-300 just in case if it wants to go down to like 450. What if, some crazy news comes out, right? If it comes out, at least we'll have the next levels where the market can drop to, which are these levels right here. So that's kind of what I want to explain to you. Again, the news accelerates stuff. It doesn't change directions. It just makes it happen crazy fast. So when it happens crazy fast, you're kind of shattering through levels and people can't really tell what the hell is happening. So all you need to do is just have levels from a previous range, which we're working, right? And that's it. Keep it simple, Yeah, that's all. This chart is so beautiful, let me tell ya. Even when you hit the midpoint the first time, when you got above it, 564, I didn't know this in the moment. And you know what's the craziest thing? When I built this chart, I was like, all right, let's say SPY's running up and we're trying to figure out where the high is at. What can I use from the trend to figure out what's the future? That's kind of what I was asking myself. And all I did was just use the high from here. I went to 2022. I went to the low. And then I was like, wait a second. Why when I copy those two sets of boxes on top of each other, it kind of looks like that's the low of COVID as well. I was like, what the hell? I was like, are you kidding me? So COVID's low and the high of 2023, the midpoint of that, if you just measured it right here. So like, let's say if you had nothing on your chart. Let's say if this is what your chart looked like right here in 2020, right? Look at how wild this is. If you would have made a box down here and up here, look how the market wicks into that area and then finally changes directions. It's always the damn halfway points. The sneaky ones. So, yeah, this is phenomenal. Look at that. So, look, this is basically what I did here. Look, watch this, right? This is the only time I'm going to do this besides when I actually teach the class this weekend. So, look. You see how now I kind of chopped it up in the middle? Literally take this box and put it at the top. Look at how perfect that is with the highs. So that's how I knew SPY was basically going to fall. And that's how we timed the market falling over $131. That's how we made history, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely beautiful. So we'll do it again. That's the best part about this trading style, is that it's not just a one-hit wonder. It's going to continuously happen every single time. So on the way right back up, as you can see, what's the midpoint? That's 546. So that's why I keep telling everybody to make sure your calls, if they're less than a month, make sure that they're for around 546 or less. If it's over, make sure it has at least 2 to 3 months. Because you might do something annoying like this right here. You know, like go down here, then go back down here, then, you know, then do this, right? I'm not too sure what the SPY is going to do. But what I can tell you is, in terms of the trends and the consolidation zones, just like in 2022, when you hit the floor and you change directions, it was after you hit the midpoint, which, ladies and gentlemen, that's what you just basically hit. So SPY can now change directions and actually go up much higher. Point blank. So yeah. Make sure you buy a September contract, December contract. Make sure you buy something at least. Even if you think that the market's going to go down, so be it. Play the downside. But just please lock in something for the upside. Just buy those monthly contracts. Don't even sell it. Don't look at it. I'll tell you when to look at it. Right? And no, you're not going to be able to sell it within the next month. So just leave it at least for a month. Make sure they have at least 160 to 180 days. Any other contract that I buy for SPY is going to have over 160 days from this point onwards. Just so we can account for you dropping another $80 out the sky. Because let me tell y'all something. You dropping as much as you just did right there, that was not supposed to happen. Just like how you're not supposed to go up and hit the highs of 613 in the first place, you falling down that quick was not supposed to happen. Therefore, we can expect some type of large retracement on the upside. Because we know in terms of SPY's normal way that it trends, it wasn't normal. Simple as that. How does SPY normally trend, you may ask? What is normal? Can we even establish and actually give it a title of something being normal with a market that's as volatile and as chaotic as this? And the answer is yes, you can. Because value only moves to a certain point every time. Once value moves to that point, it tends to reset. That's why SPY's 0-day contracts, they tend to go only around 100 to 500%. But of course, with this, this wild ass movement, those contracts are going up 1,000, 2,000, 3,000%, even in the beginning of the day, not just at the end of the day, which is, that normally happens, right? SPY contracts, $3 out the money. They're usually like what, $6, $7 an hour before close. And then they, if you move up $3, $4, they go up 1,000%. So that's normal. You're still doing what you were doing when you were moving slower and moving a smaller amount in terms of a dollar for dollar amount. However, we had to just acknowledge the fact that SPY's encountering some very weird movement, which is not allowing the contracts to retain their normal prices. So the way we normally trade SPY contracts, the prices in which they are right now, it's so elevated that it's very hard to just generally make money if you're not buying something extremely close to the money. So like the cheap contracts, they're kind of getting wiped right here. Because you need just a one direction, one way move. If you bought at the bottom there and you ran up, of course the cheap contracts, they did go up 100%. I can promise you that if you bought calls right down here at the bottom and it was a cheap contract, whatever was the cheapest one for $10, I could promise you that thing went up to like $12, $13 here. So your contracts did go up. It's just how much. That's kind of what we need to look at. Remember, everybody, I posted over 50 to 20. I don't even know how much stocks, honestly. It was like 20 to 50 stocks I posted on the watch list for being oversold. Remember, we have stocks companies. Oh my God. We have charts on every single stock in this market. I want you all to understand that. Every single chart that you could think of, every single company, we already have it done. Everything. And if we don't, you tell me the name, give me 5 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, and we'll have it done. Because again, it's just a few lines, just a few boxes, and we're good to go. Ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like the euro might be running up here. I am on the trade in the cheap account from the bottom here, and this cheap account is up 17 pips. So it's right from where this little, you see this little kind of apex of the corner is? Is that the apex of a corner? Apex of a corner. That might have been the wrong way to say that. But that little angle right there, as soon as you see it kind of go into a V shape, that point, that's where I got it. And I'm still holding it now for this to run up to the top. I didn't buy it on the more expensive account though, just in case. I'm not trying to rebuild this. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy you all are acknowledging and loving whatever I have sent and showed you in terms of the halfway points. Make sure you kind of use this the next couple days here. Don't forget about it. If you do, just remember it happens. And this is going to sound very harsh. Very harsh. You might not like this. You actually might not like this at all. But if you don't learn your lesson very quickly, you will get steamrolled. Meaning you will lose everything. Those dreams of you becoming a millionaire, lost. Buying that car, lost. Buying that car, lost. Helping your family, lost. Helping yourself, lost. Everything's gone. If you're not listening to every single rule and actually trying to take this not just serious, but, you know, to like 1000% in terms of energy, in terms of thinking, in terms of your soul's want to actually accomplish this. Because it's not just a possibility. It's not just a matter of, can I get this or will I never get it? And that's not what this is a case of. It's a case of, who are you learning from? Is there something that's being, able to be grown in terms of experience or knowledge or profit or something? What is being grown? If it's just someone sitting on the sidelines, not growing nothing, not progressing in any way, shape, or form, then you're going to have a difficult time. Years are going to pass by, months are going to pass by, and there's going to be no progress. So as long as you could just, again, listen to the rules, reread everything I send every single day. Today we didn't really send too much notes. I had knocked out probably like an hour before the market opened up for like 30 minutes. 30 minutes, 15 minutes. I was dazed when I woke up, let me tell ya. But, no, yeah. If you guys need some help, just make sure you set up the one-on-ones. I was supposed to have some one-on-ones the last couple of days, so I'll just assume you guys were busy and you guys just had some stuff to do. For those who were supposed to have one-on-ones with me. For those who have not had one-on-ones with me yet, make sure you kind of, just get that going. Just let me know when you want to do it. Remember, my purpose here is to help and to only help. That's the only thing I care about. It doesn't matter how much money I make. If none of you are being helped and none of you are progressing, it's a problem. It's a really big problem. So, for any of the trades that you hopped into the last couple of days here, again, make sure your first things first. You take it slow. Don't rush into anything crazy or expensive. And 2, Just let the market trend here for a second. If you don't have nothing, just wait. If you have something like NVDA or SPY, again, just wait. Just give it a moment here. So far, you hit the quarter point and you hit the halfway point, which was really nice. I want to see if you'll get above that halfway point, right? NVIDIA, by the way, NVIDIA does the same thing. So if you draw that same box on NVIDIA, as you can see, the halfway point on NVIDIA is right down here at 96. So currently, where NVIDIA's at, it perfectly hit that quarter point when it got sold off right there. So as you can all see, this is all structured every single time. But because it's not hitting the bottom side, I want to see, does this got some real strength here? Or is this about to just get, taken out the sky? We're still up 160%. We were up 300% at one point. We're still waiting for our 900% gain. If I can't take 900%, I'm personally fine with taking a complete loss. Even though it was up 300%, that's okay. My intention was 900 after all. Just like how whenever I sell out of my SPY contracts at 20% and some of the contracts go 1,000%, you never hear me say I regret it or, oh, I should have done this, or I would have held something. If I really, really, really thought about it, right, I would have held something. If I didn't think about it, of course I'm going to say something afterwards, right? I used to do that all the time. That's why I'm specifically highlighting that and telling you not to do that. I used to do it all the time. All the time. It's an excuse, basically. Because if you can say that and be like, damn, like I should have done this, I should have done that. And that same breath, you have the same energy to turn that negativeness into something positive and be like, all right, where's the next play? And it's you wanting to do that and you choosing to do that, which turns you into a different person. That's all. We don't gotta get complicated. But it's like those are the important monumental changes that one goes through. It's kind of like while growing up, right? There's certain things that you're gonna acknowledge, certain things that people are gonna say to you. You said holding is my worst enemy. Well, I mean, what are you holding for? Did your contracts go up 20%? If they did and you didn't sell, that means you're breaking the rules. I don't expect you to understand when to hold or when to sell because it's so early on. So that's kind of why I expect you to sell at 20%, because over time it's going to cause you to actually understand things better and learn things better without having to risk a bunch of capital. Basically you going up 300% like how I am, and then you going back to zero. You might not be able to mentally take that. Even after a couple days, you might be like, all right, I knew why I did that. Let me just not do that again. It's going to get to you. How do I know that? Because it used to get to me. Even if I had a plan for something and I was just like, you know what? I don't care if I lose this $1,000. I have $100. I'll bring it right back up. When I lose that $1,000, I used to have like a damn little panic attack, Nah, yeah, I used to be like that all the time. That's why you can't say that, oh, I should have done this, should have done that. It's all planned. If it's not planned, zip your mouth. Respectfully, of course, right? Just zip it. Don't say nothing bad. Don't say nothing at all. Positivity. That's the only thing you think about. Or turning some negativeness into something positive. I'm telling ya, that's a real thing. You turn the bad into good. So whenever you're getting hit with bad, just know that there's like a switch somewhere to flip this and to turn it to something extremely good. Just know that. Even when your options are actually extremely down, or you're at a crazy loss, you bought at $100 and they're all at $10 each. If it was an extreme drop or an extreme this or extreme that, there's also ways to play that with just the psychology of it, which is kind of funny. You said you wish Robinhood had auto take profit like TradingView. No, yeah, those auto take profits, they are nice, Kind of makes you just robotically get into the zone. I like those. I like trading on computer because you could just have hotkeys, right? I could be like Control B, buy everything, Control S, sell everything, right? Real quick. Faster than you can go on your phone and put the limit and try to edit it because it went past it. I could do it just like that. And then the computers who are already programmed can do it even faster, of course. Call into a meeting, you couldn't pay attention. Yeah, so that, I mean, that's sounds like an excuse though. Would you agree? Because like, let's just say, think about it. Let's just say I have a certain amount of money in the market and I had to, do something and I'm not going to be able to watch it. In my mind, that's a 50-50 chance of me coming back and it being at a positive gain or at a loss. And that's too random. 50-50 is, I don't like that. That's not good enough for me. So in the moment, you just always tell yourself that. Just always think like that. Unbiased. What's the most logical thing to do? And if you could stay with the logics, because they, people like to say, oh, SPY likes to remain illogical more than you could remain logical. That shit don't make no sense. Those people don't have a clue in the world as to what they're talking about. I was saying that. I was saying that for like 2 years in a row. And it was because I kept hearing it from everybody. So when you hear something more than, one time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, it's also how you think as well. Because it's the only concept that's being striked upon anything. You're not even hearing the opposite side rebuttal. There's no rebuttal for it. It's just that's the way it is, and that's just the way it's being. Like it will be. So yeah, just take things slow, everybody. Don't pay attention to nobody else. Don't tell nobody about the gains you're having. Don't tell nobody about the percent you're having. Don't try to convince nobody. You don't need to convince nobody. You could just show them. And if they want to learn, you could teach. If they're just trying to have you do it, you tell them to take a hike. In terms of like future growth here. Because I'm telling you, y'all going to be smoking this market. It doesn't take you that long to tell your daughter, look at the bottom, look at the top. Tell your son, tell your mom, tell your, your dad, look at the bottom, look at the top. Put a box right there in the middle. Look at the halfway point. See how it just reset right back down to there? It's not going to be hard for you to teach them that. It might be they might be looking at you like you're a little dumb, right? Because they're like, what do you mean you could create a box for something that exists and it can show you a halfway point that you can actually trade better and you could beat machines and computers? What do you mean? But no, yeah. We do it every single day. The only reason why we don't do well some days is because mentally, that's it. Mentally, we just don't want to do good. We just don't care. At least for me, that's how it is sometimes, Doesn't happen anymore like that because I'm teaching. But when I used to trade by myself, you make 100K, and even if you can make 100K again, what are you using the 100K for? If you haven't even had time to plan for a house or a car, let's say you didn't plan for nothing and you had 100K. What do you do with it? Nothing, pretty much. I mean, you go buy something down the block or go fix your car or pay some debt off. It's probably not going to be nowhere near that 100K. It's such a large number that it's just like it removes you from reality, to say the least. And having that happen to me once was enough. It was enough for me to get lost and sucked up into the idea of me actually being able to get to the number financially where I would be able to publish anime and create shows and, do all that fun stuff, travel around the world. I don't want to have to work for somebody. I'll help out a job. I love jobs where you could just pop up whenever you want. I love those jobs. Because some of those jobs, they'd be like really good, like environments. But besides that, it's just like, I don't like working on a time. I have a hard enough time working on my own time. So it's like to work on somebody else's time and you're consistently wasting your life for the benefit of an employer because he's making the money. For the effort that you're putting in, the money that he's making, it's just like, You said what I'm telling? Nah, yeah, that's literally all it is. You are somebody's passive income. Everybody in this room pretty much is. Pretty much. So, we got to change that. We got to make it such a free environment where nobody here needs to work. Of course, they're going to be doing their own stuff. You're not going to be sitting on your hands with millions of dollars. I doubt it. I mean, you can if you want. I don't care at that point, really. Because I helped you financially, which means I also helped you psychologically, mentally. I was there for you. You're at a correct level. You know not to do something stupid with that money. You know it could be gone within a second. You know you need to build it. You all are, more mature than me. You're older than me. So you already know how to handle this. Don't act like you don't. You do. You getting to $1 million is possible. It just takes a little bit of some hard work here. But, like, for instance, if you guys don't start, do you cancel when you're negative 20%? Oh, no. So, Elijah, that's the thing I want to explain to you. In terms of a stop loss for a trade, the one thing you learn very quickly about me is that I never have a stop loss. Ever. 60%, if not 70% of the time someone gets stopped out, it's a good trade that ends up going their way. A couple days later or that same day, it's just they were too impatient. That used to happen to me so often that I literally started noticing it within a week. And I was like, you know what? Why the hell do I have a stop loss? And my first week of options trading, I just stopped using it. Never used it again. Of course, it led to some big losses, but because of those big losses, it led to me actually learning better. And when I'm trading, because everything is on the line, not literally all the time, right? I'm not putting like everything, but for 0 days, you don't generally want to put a lot of money. That's the thing. You'll never see me put 10,000 into a 0 day. You'll never see me put 5,000 into a 0 day, unless it's like a challenge. It's just not smart. I'll just put it to you that way. You should only be trading like 1,000 or less with 0 days, because you could turn that 1,000 into 4, 5, 6K with just a couple trades. So once you get to 100, 200K, then you can start generally playing with a little bit more, 5K, 10K. Not with the 0 days though. 5 days, 10 days. With 0 days, you're always going to limit it to only 1,000. 500 to 1,000, that's it. Max. So remember that. With no stop loss, I never have a stop loss, even on my 0 days. Just to answer your question, Elijah. Because if I have a stop loss, it tells me one thing and one thing only. If I'm not in profit, it tells me something simple, actually. It tells me I have no idea what I'm doing. If I'm in profit, it tells me I want to be logical and something is green. So I want to put a stop loss just in case. And I don't want to have this turn into a loss. So since I'm up, stop loss. So like, let's say if it's up 20%, 25%, you put your stop loss at 20, you get sold out at 18. You do that every single day, for 30 days in a row, starting with, let's just say you have $100, right? And you take 20% per day for just 20 more days, you would be at 4,000. So remember, we took a $4 account and took it to $400 within 5 days, basically. So if you're getting my gain, which is around 100 to 200% per day, for 20 days, you would have $104 million. So if I really took this serious, this is basically what I could make. If I actually took this serious. And I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with every single one of you. This is actually exactly what I could make. So I hope you understand this is why I don't rush life. This is why I don't rush nothing. This is why I don't rush my businesses. This is why I was able to actually tell myself, you know what? Let me actually teach a group of individuals and not grow and hold myself back because it was logical. It was the right thing to do. I believe, at least. We'll see if God rewards me at the end of the day, right? We'll see if I've been doing everything exactly like how I was supposed to, even when nobody could see me, right? Because only when that's said, only when that's actually seen, one will be able to actually experience a lifetime of success. And I know it's coming soon. So, now, yeah, I don't rush nothing. Why are you rushing? It takes you 20 days to get to 100 million. You rushing is you telling yourself you don't want this. You taking a higher gain than 20% is you telling yourself you're already not serious no more. That's it. That's how fast it took you. It took you a higher gain, your mind to get diluted because of extra money, and then boom. Now you have a recipe for disaster. So, yeah, take it slow. Take it slow and actually learn what's the sauce here. Actually learn what's the game here. Because even if I lower this, to 10 days or 12 days or something like that, right? I'm still making 400,000. So that nice thing that I want, regardless of what it is, I don't have to state it out loud. Regardless of whatever I want, regardless of whatever you want in terms of a dream or a business. No, yeah, you can obtain that within a month with just $100. If you know what you're doing, of course. If you're just rushing it and trying to throw money every single day into a 0 day, you're never going to get there. Never. So, yeah, because remember, you don't need to throw money into a 0 day to get 100%. That NVDA trade I had the other day, it was a couple days out. It was overnight. We didn't waste a day trade. And we woke up and it was at 200%. So that was an overnight trade. I was up 200%. All we got to do is do that every single night. Get a couple good SPY trades like how we do every single day with the 0 days. Not playing aggressive, of course. Just playing with a slow, low amount. Just to refine our skills and make us better. And yeah, we'll be able to get those same gains with contracts that are a couple days out. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, please don't allow what I just said to be a sense of you wanting to take your time here. Don't take your time. There's no point to take your time, Make sure you get to that level. Make sure you get to an area where knowledgeably you can actually agree with me when I state and I say that you can turn your own $100 account into $1 million. If you don't agree with me yet, what do we need for you to see in terms of success for one to actually agree with that? And it's not something you need to tell me. It's something that your soul tells everybody. Just because of how it reacts. It's energy, right? So it's like because of how you react when you're being taught by me or you're asking questions, I can kind of now dictate exactly where you're at mentally in terms of how serious are you, one, and do you even understand what's going on here, two? Because a lot of individuals, they're not going to really understand it because of how, above average it is. Normally, a person does not spend 16 hours a day every single day, 4 years straight, doing one thing. Normally, that's not the case. However, for me, it was. So, fortunately, with that, it allowed me to unlock levels of knowledge that nobody in the world has unlocked. I can promise you that. And it's beautiful. It's nice to say it, but it's just like, until I can help others and translate that into their success, it doesn't do nothing if it's just helping me. So again, that's the goal right now. See if everything that I've learned and I've been able to do translates to everybody, and it does. And not only it translates to everybody, but look at how much charts we've been able to make in the past year. Do you guys know how happy I am? We've made 55 to 60 different charts. Not only that, but we have links for the videos as to how we did it, when we did it, and some of those charts have multiple videos. So this was, thousands of hours of work that we've done in the last year. We've done 5-10 years worth of work in just 1 year. So no, yeah, we're set up. We're good. This is going to be fun. Summer's going to be fun. Next year is going to be amazing. The year after that's going to be even more amazing. And yeah, I just need you all to copy and paste everything you see on my charts onto your charts with the one-on-ones. I know some of you heard me state some information recently that you're not fine with, and I agree with that information. You know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. I've been helping some individuals out in some ways where I should not be. I'll put it to you that way. And it's because, yeah, I just really want to help. If everything I've taught you just doesn't, translate and you're not able to make money, and then I check the charts and there's nothing there, when I log into, my account, we go on Discord and we kind of share screens. It's you know what I mean? It makes sense as to why it's not translating, so just have one-on-ones so we could fix that. Kind of going a little bit easy on you guys right now. But the start of next week, it's going to be a whole entire change of everything, pretty much. I've been cleaning up some of the Discord channels. I've been writing down my schedule a little bit better in terms of what I'm going to do per week in terms of videos, in terms of Forex, in terms of SPY. Now that we've done it for over a year, we can actually establish like a really good schedule that we could follow for like a month or two straight, instead of being all over the place with our schedule. So that's the goal right now. Very tight schedule, so remember that. There we go, Elijah. So again, you held at the bottom. You ran up towards the top of the box. You're falling down lower now. With where this is currently at right now, as I'm speaking, if you continue to fall here, the next thing you want to see is you just resist off the bottom of the box and then retest it, giving you a double point of confirmation to enter into puts. So it would look like something like this. Once you fall, it would go beneath it, run up, hit it again, and then fall lower. Right? Some of my charts, they look hideous right now. I had to fix them. And I'm just fixing the ones that we're really using, honestly. I'm not going to really continue to fix everything. It's kind of giving me a headache at this point. I'm sure you could tell, 55 charts is not something easy to just control. Seeing $214+ is in my mind. That's how it is whenever you get those gains. You're just like, I need it. I need it. You get real crazy. So you guys want to see something cool? If you guys really want to make money with your leaps, like let's say if you're trying to full port a bigger account, like let's say if you have 20K, 30K, 40K, what I would do is basically just like this. Grab the midpoint of the whole entire range that we're using, and that quarter point is 513. So whenever you're around 480, I mean, the next time you fall that low, you might go lower. So don't full port. It's not a good idea yet. In fact, if I wanted to full port, I would allow the market to do something like this. I would allow it to go down a little bit below. Once it goes above, somewhere around this area here, like right down here, I would just full port. Once it goes below it and it snaps above. If it then snaps below it again, I'm out. I'm gone. So it's kind of like you're using this as confirmation that this is actually going upwards. And then, yeah, sell at that quarter point. Sell at that dotted line right there. And if you want to make money, like money, if you want to have a higher chance of being profitable here, the next thing you have to do is chop it up again. And this right here is your most likely scenario. You're most likely going to hit 496. So as you can see, you had a bunch of times where you kind of smacked into 496. If I zoom out, kind of zoom into the chart a little bit more here. Look at today's highs and look at where we're at right now. It's kind of like fighting with this quarter point right here. And if it holds it, you're just going to run to 513. So that's kind of what I still want to see right now. I still want to see if SPY is going to run up. I still think it's going to run up. And yeah, I want to see it fill that gap all the way up here at the 530s. Might be tomorrow, if not next week, that it might do it. You know what's the funniest thing? Ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of April we started crashing, correct? The beginning of April is right here. What's the first thing I've taught you about monthly and weekly trends? We're closing in on a certain date, and what is that date? It's a very important date. Remember, on April 2nd, you started crashing. So the 1st of April, you started just falling out the sky. So what's so important about the next couple days here? Let's see, does anybody remember? Let me turn my heat on real quick. I'm freezing. Ah. Bro, this is not normal. I swear to God, it was just like 60 degrees the other day. I gotta get... I don't even know where my coat is at. But yeah, does anybody know? What's coming up? Trend switch. There we go, Will. Exactly. So the trends are going to switch soon. How do I know that? It's simple. If at the beginning of a month, you're following one direction, that second week, which is the 14th, which is also when CPI and PPI comes out, which is kind of funny, right? Now do you all start to realize why CPI and PPI changes the market direction? It's because it also lines up with that second week, which is the halfway point. So we'll be able to see if the trends are actually going to start switching. So if SPY is going to really go up and blast up to the sky, I'm assuming it's going to be on the 14th. 14th, 15th, or 13th. But 13th is on a Sunday, so it could be on this Friday, like the 11th. But I'm thinking it's probably going to be on the 14th of next week. So next week, Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be basically playing the bullish side. As of right now, from what I'm currently thinking. That might change, but yeah, we're going to be playing the call side from CPI and PPI. Of course, we're going to play some puts, just to play a nice little downtrend. Go back and forth, right? But yeah, we're just going to be focusing on the 14th right now. So you might just stay stuck down here until then, right? Alright, give me 1 second, everybody. I gotta do some jumping jacks. I'm freezing. everybody. So there was a big ass buyer that just stepped into this market. They're sending up the leap contracts for SPY, the August and September contracts. They're sending them things to the sky. So again, our contracts are up 400% at this point. I'm gonna start getting rid of some of them here. $360 now, so drop down a little bit here. It's around 350, 360. All right, we just got rid of some of those plays there. So now let's see where SPY's going to go here. SPY can still go up a tiny bit higher before it wants to retrace downwards. However, it's at a fantastic point. So let's just give this a moment, all right? Remember stop losses, everybody. Stop losses. Stop losses, stop losses. And there we go, everybody. Just like that. Okay, so we just got rid of our NVDA contracts. I think for like 400%. The SPY contract we got earlier today, we're up 16% on those. So we're just going to give that a moment. We might get rid of those in a second here. Now they're up 60%. The Microsoft is up 20%. The TNA is up 20%. This other SPY call is up 30%. So, yeah, excellent. That's what I'm talking about. Come on now. We knew it was going to happen. We had a feeling. We talked about it. The SPY call we had is now up 900%. So we're up 1,000% here. I'm just going to toss it. Alrighty. So we got rid of that for 1,000%. Microsoft is now up 60% as well. So just like that, everybody. How did I know that was going to happen? Because we were at a low. Simple as that. Things like that always happen. They usually occur like that. So it's just a rinse and repeat, really. There we go. Oh, the TNN sold. It just sold for, I don't know, like 200% or something like that. I'm so happy those NVIDIA contracts. Boom. Just like that. Now we can start getting the downside again. So let's look at the downside now. Since you hit what I wanted you to hit. Remember, sell out of everything, everybody. Sell out.
No. Does this work?
Let me see. We might get rid of the Microsoft contract for 64%, but I think not. I think let's hold it. I think those could go like 2,000%, 3,000%. Just like the other SPY contracts we have for September. I think those can go up around 10,000%. So that means for every $30 we put in, we would be taking around 3,000 out. For every $30 that you put. So remember that $4 account is now at $600. Just like that, within a couple simple trades. Tomorrow, we were supposed to hit 600, so since today we hit our goal so quickly, we might not trade tomorrow. Might not trade tomorrow, if not Friday. We'll see. We're just going to take a step back, absorb the gains, of course, like always. Unfortunately, but fortunately at the same time, one of the contracts I had sold for Microsoft, it was just the $8 contract. I had basically sold it out before this run-up. That was the only contract I had sold out. And it was just to keep the $10 account alive, so I didn't have to put more money into it. Now, what I did was I have $8, so I'm going to throw that into a put right now. Again, I'm throwing whatever amount I have into this cheap account into the put side right here. See if I could buy something for 7. Okay, my order's pending. We'll see if it gets filled. How much those NVIDIA contracts are at now? Let's see. So yeah, NVIDIA did exactly what we wanted it to. So yeah, the NVIDIA contracts are exactly at 200 each. Literally. There you go. Bam! Bam, bam, bam! Alright, everybody. Since SPY just did whatever we wanted it to do the whole entire day, that's pretty much checked up off of our list, whatever, however you want to say it. The Microsoft contract is, I don't know what the hell that's doing. We're up 300% on that now. There we go, fish. 36,000%. Was that just one game or a gain, or is that just your whole entire account? Let me know. I gotta beat that next. Right now, I think the record is, I think it was 10,000. 10,000% should be the record in this Discord. See, I'm coming after you. Watch. Just wait. This week, you're gonna see it. There we go, fish. So how's everybody doing back there? There we go, family. How you guys like that? Was the waiting... Whatever. I'm messing up my words now. I was going to say, are you happy about the wait? That's all it takes is just one bam, and you're out the park. Currently, our contracts are now at 300%. So basically the $4 account is now at $1,000 right now. I don't know. Whoops. Did this too quick. So again, we went from $4 to $1,000 within a week and a half. That's 7-8 days. From $4. Wild, right? Go on, everybody. Gotta have some fun here. Those NVIDIA contracts are at $300 each right now. They were at like $20 not too long ago. So SPY's filling the gap just like we said it was going to fill the gap. As you can see. Come on. You filled it. So now since you filled it, let my chart update. It's Come on, Weeble, you got this.
Hey, Silo.
Fish! Is that you back there?
It's me. I'm alive.
I think I have my volume down in the Discord. My fault. Let me raise you up here. What's up, Fish? Talk to me. I'm listening.
My Weeble account was down to $11, actually below $11, and one SPY play up 3,700%.
Oh, 3,700%.
Yeah.
Aha. All right, I'm about to say 37,000% for a second.
I can't type.
Oh, man.
Anyway,
that's excellent, though. There we go, Fish. You know what that means?
Yeah.
Guess what we're doing after this?
What?
We're going fishing.
Okay.
Okay. There we go.
Uh,
That's something you usually say whenever you're about to leave out of here. Whenever you get some good trades.
I go fishing?
Nah, yeah. Usually you say that.
I want to.
Let's do it.
Responsibilities at work. Everybody's on vacation.
Oh, so you gotta hold down the fortress. Okay.
Yeah, there's like 3.5 people that do what I do, and I'm the only one in the office.
Ah, damn.
Yeah.
Hey, that makes you
Everybody got
irreplaceable.
family. Yeah, I can do whatever I want. Boss likes me. I come in at 2 o'clock in the morning when he needs me. All right. Thanks, Captain.
Of course, anytime. Excellent day. Excellent day. There we go. All right, everybody. So again, how did we time that? Do you understand how we did it? Is there anybody who needs me to kind of catch them up real quick? It's real simple. A gap. If you don't understand what a gap is, just let me know, and I'll explain that. We have one more gap next, and oh my god, I can't wait to run past this one. I'm going to get into this fight, not just the spy. You're going to throw me in here. Tag me in, coach. I'm ready. But this next gap we have is going to be at 550 to 562. That's the main... That's the one that's going to send our other leaps that we have for December and September. That's the one that's going to send it into the sky. So remember, everybody, take your time. Remember, enjoy this market. Enjoy it. Understand how we timed it. Understand how you could time it tomorrow. We're going to keep doing this every single day. It's not just a one-hit wonder. We just literally timed a... I don't even know how much that was. Was that a bigger move than the other day? We opened up at 5... Wow. We literally timed 593 to 530. We timed a $40 move. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's my record right now. So that right there is the record. $40. That's absurd. So yeah, we may have not timed it yesterday, but got that baby girl today. There we go, everybody. This is making me beyond excited. Let me tell ya. Those SPY contracts we ended up selling. Let me see. Ah, my back. Wow, we sold those things for $140. Do you know how much we paid for that? $12. Oh my goodness. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. They're at $400 right now. So that's like 4,000%. All right, everybody, we got to take a break. We got to take a little break. What I would suggest right now is let's play the downside, because probably going to go down, logically, right? Probably. So let's play this very carefully here, and see if we can lock something in for tomorrow. Again, the SPY might want to run up to that 550 level. It's not supposed to be down here. There's no way in hell tariffs was supposed to take you and put you down here. I've been waiting for the market to move like this for years, and you're telling me tariffs did this? I don't buy it.
But
So,
he just paused, authorized a 90-day pause. That's why you see all this spike right now. I guess.
No, but again, if it's just easily going right back up $40, $50,
Right.
and you went right back above 500, where a couple months ago you were fighting for days to get above it, that's basically saying you just switched above it. You're just moving. But what level did you hit at the bottom? 480. That's where SPY is supposed to be at. So you just tap where you were supposed to be at, and now you're lifting off into the sky again. You did that the other day, and you did that last night. So they could do it for a third time. They might not do it the same way, though. That's the most important part. So if we're trying to time this accurately here, the one thing we need to do is one thing and one thing only. Lock in cheap contracts, and that's it. You just wait, cross your hands, turn away, and that's all we did today. We just locked in a cheap contract for 532. Where is the SPY running to? Exactly 532. Why did I choose the 532 contract? Because that was the top of the gap. So I knew it was in range, and that's basically why those contracts went from $10 to now basically $500 each. So yeah, it's cool. See, I got a 477 put. So I got a 477 0-day put here. and I'm going to put a limit to automatically sell this contract if it runs up at $200. So I'm going to automatically put something to sell this contract. I just bought it for $7. I want to sell it for $200. It's a 0 day, by the way. So this is if you yank from the sky and...
498.
Sorry, say that again, Dio?
I just did the 498.
Did a 498? I like that.
Yeah.
Now, with the bottom end, I'll be honest with you, it's a little more annoying because of how far we are from 580 now. So you're already a mile away. So like, if you're just about to start buying into your options, your leaps, and all that stuff, and you're like, man, I wish I bought, you can't keep saying that. You gotta just buy, and that's it. If you're having a lot of problems with 0 days or all these other contracts that I'm trading, and you can't find a solid base, well, first of all, unless you can actually take an account, right, from around $100 to $1,000, you shouldn't consistently be trying to trade 0 days. Unless you could do that, then I can kind of give you like a green pass to further trade that going into the future here. As of right now, though, you guys have to understand it's just like it's a slow progression game. If you're not slowly progressing and you're trying to force the success, it's gonna happen. The success is gonna happen, no problem. It's just it's gonna easily get removed from you, which is what I'm assuming is happening to most of us here, right? That's why generally you're not seeing anybody take a $100 account to 1,000, or when have you seen somebody else in the Discord do that? Specifically, right? So that's kind of what I want you all to highlight. That's your goal right now. It's not to make money. It's actually to try to get the same gain that I'm getting in terms of my accounts. Put only $10 in your account. Take that thing to 40, 50, 60. Remember, I was supposed to hit $1,000 tomorrow, which was... Actually, no, I was supposed to hit 1,000 on Friday. And we already hit it today. So... it's just going faster than expected, which kind of makes sense with a market like this, you know? It's just so wild and all over the place. I gotta do this one more time. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm about to go take a walk outside for a little bit. All that hard work the last 2 days to do this, I'm happy. I'm extremely happy. So let me see if I can actually go to my margin account here. The NVDA trades are currently at 300. So what my goal is here is to actually buy a put now for NVIDIA. The only problem is if NVIDIA gets sent to the sky here, these options are gonna go sky high, everybody. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna buy an option for NVIDIA that expires in 2 days for 95, the 95 strike price. Two-day put on NVIDIA. right, everybody, that put is already up 10% here. So we're just going to hold it to tomorrow now. And yeah, we'll get rid of it then. All right, everybody. So give me a few. Let me go take my afternoon walk. By the way, the SPY put that we hopped into is up 40%. So we're not going to get rid of it now. Only if SPY gets shut down to 510, we'll get rid of it.
I'll turn again. How big of a tool?
I think I'm gonna be still.
I think I'm becoming left all the time. Oh.
And that happened the last time I ate tuna.
Uh-oh. Well, hello there. Who's that? Who's that? Somebody's there? Somebody behind the door? Nah, nobody's back there. Oh, it's the dead, yo. Oh, you got throwing right hooks for me already. Just woke up, bro. I'm in here already. Wanting to fight? All right. Well, fight me. Let's go. Hey, bro, do some push-ups. Let me see some push-ups. Mm. Mm-hmm. Hello, anybody here? Hello, Nick. Danny. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm in the electric room. I gotta make sure I don't electrocute myself.
Okay, got it. Just came up from the dentist, you know.
You good? Would you get a root canal or something?
I take out my wisdom teeth. They say me not to talk. They say me not to eat. And they give me a whole heap of tablets. And start the bleeding, you know. It was impacting, so I had to deal with it.
Yeah, I had mine taken out like maybe 2 years ago. Wasn't fun. You had to lay down, Mikey. Till that stuff finished draining.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, but you know, just checking in on the family, what's going on, you know.
That's
I saw my account up over 1,000%, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? As I was saying, I said take profit, so I'm gonna make sure I take the profit. And 40% another one. So that was it. I'm out. Feel good about that, you know. Thanks.
yeah.
Yeah, man. Respect that all.
Yeah, profit is always good, Mikey.
Yep.
Awful, Mikey. I just saw your comment. You said, like, what is happening right now? Basically, today, we had mentioned this. I forgot what time yesterday, but we were talking about the fact that SPY had a little gap below it. At the same time, it also had a gap above it. So when we were trading yesterday and we were at the top, I had told everybody that if I just go to the 15-minute and zoom out, and you go to the left, to where SPY was basically at the 570s, 549s and holding. If you count with me, this is the first day, because it brings you into the trend. That's the second day that establishes this blue box.
You just went mute on us a while ago for a second.
Could you still hear me again?
I'm hearing you now. You went mute for a minute.
So basically I was saying this was the day that brought you into the trend. The next day was the day that established the bottom of the box. And then pretty much the third day, you had another high. And then once you had that higher high, like for instance, if I hide everything, you see how this day right here is higher than this day? What ends up happening the day right after? It goes lower, right? So because of that right there, what happened last time, I just used it to our advantage this time on the bigger scale. So as you can see, the first day brings you into the trend. The second day kind of has a random high. The third day you have a higher high, a little bit below it, and then you start falling. And you actually complete the trend the same day, which was I I mean, it makes sense because you were moving so much, so much, right, back and forth. So you complete the trend in the day, and then the next day, you pretty much hit the bottom. Today's pre-market at like, what is this? Like 2 a.m., 1 a.m., somewhere around there. And then when the market opened up, you were pretty much on the uptrend at that point because you had hit the floor. So now you're basically just getting bought up straight to the ceiling after you consolidated. So it's kind of like these days, but backwards, which was kind of what we were thinking. We actually timed this perfectly. And the reason why is because yesterday I told everybody that if you really want to do something smart in terms of a consistent trend going forward into the future for, you know, some upside, you want to see this market clear the gap to the bottom, which if you're still looking at the bottom, there's still a tiny bit you have to clear, which was from today's pre-market. You have a new gap down here, like a little tiny one. It's about 17 cents. So we'll see if it wants to come down just to fill that, right? We have some puts right now for NVDA for tomorrow. And no, yeah, so we said we wanted the market to fill the gap going down first, and then we want to fill the gap going up next, which is basically what we did, the gap from this day right here, I believe. Somewhere around here. And then, yeah, that's pretty much all. Now we have one more gap on top of us, which is the 550 to the 564 area. I'm thinking we're going to probably approach that tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then we might start passing it around Friday. So yeah, that would be my idea for more upside. But remember. Why did you fall out the sky last time? It was because you got into this blue box right here. I'm so happy Webull finally updated the damn middle thing. They finally added it. Finally. Now we can actually make some nice charts on Webull. You said because the news was fake. It's not that the news was fake. It's that the tariff information shouldn't have taken the market this low. Especially when markets price in things very quickly. And they are very future. They looked about 2 to 3 years into the future, to say the least. So that's how much a market prices in normally. So for news that you just got today, markets are already pricing in what's the change for the next 2 to 3 years. The problem is the first thing that Trump said after he announced the tariff stuff was that he was gonna then push it and then wait another couple days and weeks, and they're gonna retalk, have another conversation with Mexico and I think Canada at the time. And what happened was basically he talked about it, then he said he's gonna give it a second. Markets reacted because of that. Then he actually had to talk with them and establish the tariffs, and that was the first bit of kind of downside the market experience. And at that point, the market probably already started pricing in the other countries. That's why when you look at the Euro market and SPY, it did go down when Trump said something about tariffs, right? You went from 540 straight down to 480. That's a big drop. However, the market had priced that in already the second he started talking to Mexico, is what I'm thinking. So what's occurring right now is you're having whales basically just dump capital in at a certain point, which is why before the market even ran up, if you actually look at the Discord, I sent you a message showing you that the SPY contracts for a couple months out were ripping into the sky and the market wasn't moving. When that occurs, there's a whale stepping in, and it looks like we were correct. It looks like the 481 area, it looks like it might be the low. You might not come back down here ever again. So we'll see if it holds the 530s now. Next up is 560s. Hold your contracts for a couple months out, please. You should have already made them free with today's trades. In fact, with just today's trades, I kid you not, I made back every single loss we had this month, which was mainly just from the small little contracts, as well as we had a $40 loss yesterday on the SPY 0 day, which was, I think it was a call that we ended up playing yesterday that we ended up taking a loss on around $45, $40. We also took a loss on the Microsoft $8 contract. We sold out for $6, so we took a $2 loss. What else? I think that's it. In total, we probably lost maybe like 150, 100. And with just today's trades, we made about 3 times that, 4 times that. The $4 account that I had a couple of days ago, which we started, let me show you on the calendar real quick. We started this $4 challenge on 31st of March. So one day before March, not March, sorry, but April actually began. And from the 31st till now, which is the 9th, accounting for Thursday, we didn't trade last week. I think we traded Friday, but Thursday I don't think we traded. Accounting for all that, our account went from $4 to $600. So, in terms of a percent gain, the way you would figure that out is, first thing is, let's see what number I'm at precisely. So I'm at 622. So 622 divided by 4 equals 100 or times 155, which if you put that into a percent, it would be around 15,000% within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 within 7 days. So again, 15,000% within 7 days on one of our accounts. And the craziest thing is, we took out $100 yesterday. So that account should actually be at 722 because we took out 100 yesterday. So if we actually do 722 divided by 4, we're actually up 18,000%. Not 1,800, 18,000% within 7 days. So, yeah, and all we were doing was just trading with the lows, trading with the tops. We had some losses here and there, and we're still up that much. So if we didn't have a loss, we would probably be up maybe 22,000, 25,000% if it was like completely perfect. So that's crazy, you know? That's basically our goal for next week, even if this market slows down. We just got to make sure we kind of take a step back and slow it down ourselves, right? But no, yeah, that was pretty much what happened, Mikey. That was why we knew this was going to happen. That's why we played the calls and we were waiting. And that's also why we played the puts. And we're waiting for tomorrow.
Yeah, this morning, while I was at the dentist, I heard you saying we need to practice taking 20%. If I logged in this morning and saw it 20%, I would have taken it. And I saw it went up that much. I'm like, this is a blessing, you know? Blessing. So,
Right?
I appreciate that.
Of course.
Yes, sir. It shocked me. You know, but
There we go.
yeah. So I'm not in anything right now. More likely, it probably might pull back. So, whenever reposition, you know, we need to do that. So,
Exactly, yep.
be patient with this.
So Elijah, real quick, you said, do supply and demand zones still work with this news? And the answer is yes. If you pull the supply and demand zones from the left side, you still trade them the same way. The problem is with market movement, this is as aggressive as this right here. You have to wait for the market to make the move and then slow down, kind of like how it is right now. And then you could trade it back and forth. See how it's falling from the purple to the yellow perfectly. Then from the yellow, it's running right back up to the purple perfectly. And if you look at the screen, it also tells you where to buy the calls. 0-day calls above, and then it tells you where to set your stop losses. So it's still the same stuff. Still works. As you can see, where the market stopped was at the 50% point, or just slightly above it, right? Now, yeah, I've fine-tuned this style to account for any single type of market so that you can always play with it. That's why on the way right back up, I mean, look at how much trades we have. It's over 180, I think. 180 0-day trades you have in front of your faces right now, which is amazing. Sometimes I forget about it, and I kind of have to tell myself, this all right here is like 180. So it's cool to remember, you know? And remember, you could do the same thing. It's just copy and pasting a bunch of stuff at the same like areas. I don't want to seem like make it seem so complicated. It's actually like perfectly aligned with the left side here with these boxes. Same thing with the puts. They also line up with everything. So if you look here, it says against a 0-day put right here, and if you would have waited to get beneath the purple, it then says stop loss right there, there, and there. And then more puts down here, but we didn't fall down there yet. So it kind of is actually working out perfectly still. Even though we ran up a crazy amount. But no, yeah. But yeah. So the tariff information, we don't care about it. I'll be honest with you all. I'm pretty sure the market's going to stop caring about it the more they talk about it, unless Trump just doubles it to like 200 or 300. If he does that with China's imports or exports, whatever you call it, I think that it's going to cause another giant shock. You already had Alibaba fall from the sky, which, don't tell nobody, but I've been waiting for this. Look at NVDA, by the way. So it did everything we wanted it to. I'm happy it didn't go up past 111, 112. That's a good level for it to cool down. We'll see if it could drop down a little bit more, and then we'll see if we can hop into something else. Okay, so I was talking about Baba. Let's go look at Baba real quick. And then just give me one moment after this. Just gonna take a step back for a second. So as you can see, the lines that we have on Alibaba, they're perfectly working. You're holding on 97 and you're already jumping up to 103. I still want to see if this is going to fall down here to 85 again. Maybe 82. Maybe even lower, right? And if we can see it fall down here, we're going to buy up the contracts for like a year out. If not, maybe like 270 days out. Almost a year out. And we want to see if we can experience some type of a run like this. Because it ran this much, then it ran this much, then it ran this much. Just in case next time, if it only runs, let's say if it falls down here, the way I would do this mathematically, right, in my head is that's the whole range. So if I'm trying to play calls, I would just want to make sure my strike price is at least right around here. So even if it's not going to break up into a crazy new high, my strike price is relatively extremely close, right? And as long as that's the case, and again, it has to be beneath it. So once it's beneath this area, you buy in, strike price is 95, and then have it run up to 170, 180. I promise you, you're going to be up like 7,000%, 5,000%. You just got to hold and wait. And remember, acknowledge the swings. Acknowledge how long, and not NVIDIA, but acknowledge how long Baba took to run up here and then fall down to the floor. How long was it at the floor? And then how long did it take for it to run right back up? Right? So remember all those factors. That's it. Simplest thing in the world. So how I do it sometimes is sometimes I can't count correctly, as you all know. So I'll go like this, and then I'll let the boxes count for me. And I'll be like, all right, that's the size. So we'll just put that near the peak like last time, maybe somewhere like right there. Let's actually be correct about it. Let's put it at the peak. Let's delete this. Let's copy and paste this over here. Put it at the peak. Let's actually zoom in to see if this actually worked randomly. A random idea that I just drew. And to a certain extent, you drop below the box and you got a double point of confirmation. So it did give you a trade, point blank. It did. If you're just simply trading with the double point of confirmation. However, you got to get more complicated than that, right? It can't be as simple as that. So what I then do is I look at the next time it did that, and then I, measure the boxes. I look at the time it took to do that. And you always get a time in which you have for your expiration. So like that's why every single time I give you an expiration for your contracts, it's not random. It's actually so precise that I'm trying to predict the move happening a week to 2 weeks prior to your contracts expiring so that you can get the most gain. Theoretically, you kind of want to have your contracts be in the money like 30 days, 40 days. But, I mean, it's not really necessary. as long as you're buying at a proper time and selling at a proper time. So again, just wait for Baba. Don't jump into it yet. Oh my god, ES. I love when stuff just makes it look like that. It's just straight up into the sky. You don't often see that, you know? It's crazy how it's something you don't often see, yet it's something we can predict. Just like yesterday. And not just predict as in, you know, we said randomly both sides which way was going to happen. But no, predict as in we got the correct top and bottom. To the T. 539. That's insane how you just ran to 539. When you actually count it up, that's $46 now. So that's the most SPY has ever ran in a single day. It's almost like a Tesla play at this point. By the way, Tesla ran up $40. And unfortunately, I completely forgot about it this morning. So I apologize, everybody. We were going to hop into a Tesla play as well. But no, yeah, I forgot. Next time. Next week. And then in terms of... Let's see here. So remember, everybody. If we go right back and kind of look over the gains we got today. The first gain was for NVDA. We bought the contracts the first time at 60. We sold them at 170? 164? I believe 164, 160. 170 was the high, and at that point we were up almost 200%, like 180. So we had sold out at around 160%, 163%. At the end of the day, we then hopped into another trade. And then when the market continued to fall lower, we hopped into another one again. And then today, with those two contracts being at an average of $19, right? Just due to the fact that Mumu averages the contracts a little weirdly. So that average of 19, we basically sold out today at around 160. So for the NVIDIA play, I believe that's like what, 700%, 800%, which was our goal for today, right? So we sold the NVIDIA play perfectly. Got a nice gain on that. And then for the SPY contracts, we bought them for around $12. They dropped to around $3 to $4. And at the top, currently those contracts are $700 each from $12 this morning. I personally got rid of them for around $140. I bought it for 12, sold it for $140. So that's around 1,200%. And then the Microsoft trade we had for a couple months out, 50 days out, 40 days out, I forgot how much days out. Those went up 300%. We didn't sell out of those though. We're still going to hold them for a little bit. The SPY contracts for September went up 300% as well. But again, that was just due to the whale buying. The contracts weren't really at that price. The ask just got moved up so much that the bid and ask was just so wide. The average just shot up. Because that's basically what happens, right? Let's say if you have 1,000 people that own a contract at $10, and then you have a person that's trying to buy them at $9. The person who just bought them at $10, they might put something so that they're only going to sell it at $15. So them putting that order on the wire and on the options board allows all computers to see what's going on, and they can see that order being placed. And it's not really a matter of the computers try to sell you out and stop you out. It's really a matter of not just the computers see, but everybody sees. Like everybody. Depending on what type of program they have and what software they're using. And generally in most options boards with level 2 data, if you just look at the order book, usually you could pretty much just see all the orders. So like I said, you had a person that just put an order to sell it at a higher price than somebody was willing to buy, which created this wide bid and ask. which then causes your contracts to go from $10 to like $50 or $60, even though they're not really at that price. It's just the average is basically at that price. So they're potentially going to be worth that price. It could happen. When you see a contract go from $10 and like it jumps to like $70, and then you look at the bid and ask, and the bid is around 60 and the ask is around 140. So they're basically stating your contract's worth like $110, $90, like around that area. That's only because of that wide bid and ask. And it can be worth that amount if the market experiences extra momentum, kind of like how it did today. Today was historical, you know. You've never, ever ran up $46 in a single day on the SPY. And we literally timed almost the whole thing. I'm not going to say the whole thing because, of course, it's still running up a little bit more now. But let me just show you what we timed. We hopped into our contracts yesterday, right around over here. And then today, did we buy anything? I don't think we bought anything today. All the stuff we held was from yesterday, pretty much. So we bought everything yesterday. And then we just sold it right around 524. So right around here. And the reason why I sold it there was because if you look at this box, that was the previous high. If you look at when the market crashed last time, just before it crashed right back down into the low, it basically had went slightly above the previous high. So using that same theoretical pattern, I was just like, all right, because it goes higher than this last point, let's just potentially watch out. And you did get a tiny bit of retracement right there, right? But it still managed to still rip above. Now you're holding on to EMAs. It's so funny. You ever seen those giant ass chess pieces at like a mall or something? And it's like abnormally large. Like that's what the candles look like right now. It's so ridiculous, but you know, that's just the way the market is right now. So much money being thrown at it. So much people causing chaos and destruction. So much people selling. Nobody knows what to do right now. But us. That's a bold statement, right? Not necessarily. Remember, we're here for 12 to 16 hours a day doing this. So if I simply just show you one of my charts that we created in the summer, as you can see, in the summertime, you were around here when we created this chart. And basically it states when you hit the top 1 to 12 months puts. That perfectly worked out here. And then at the bottom here, we stated once you hit the bottom, just 1 to 12 month calls. And as you all can see, and remember, this is the SPY. This is something that's worth a couple $1 trillion. You know? This is not no regulus, you know, something. You know, it's not some regular company. It's not a biotech. It's not something that's random. What I'm trying to say. This is beyond measurable belief. You know, this is historical for us to be able to do this. I want you all to be aware of that. How else am I getting 1,000% per day, 100% per day? And not just me, but you guys as well. Sorry, you guys and ladies. I apologize. But you understand where I'm coming from. And it's that as long as you could just patiently mark up your charts, take your time, and understand that this is literally a real game, I'm sure you can take this far. I mean, after all, you're literally about to hit the midpoint now. Remember how I was talking about this morning of if you had to play a call contract for a couple months out, couple weeks out, you would want to buy something for 545. And again, it was just using the chart, you know. I'm not trying to act fancy. I'm not trying to act super smart. I'm not trying to throw some random crazy words or... Nope. It's just a box that I took from 2021 from the top of up here to down here. I then copied it on top. And that's how I got this box here. So yeah, that's how I knew the market was going to go up here and fall. And it didn't just go up here and fall. That thing went up here and fell once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. And every single time it fell, we were up 1,000%. So it's insanity, to say the least. I hope it comes back down here. I don't even care about the calls that we got for a couple months out, and I'm sure none of you, also care about those as well. Let this come back right back down. This thing got me stuttering. Shit. But let this come right back down. I'm sure we all would agree we're going to make a ton of capital from this. We're just going to do the same thing, rinse and repeat. Put some calls in at the bottom, couple days out, play some 0 days, $4 here, $10 here. Even if we lose $4 Monday, even if I lose $4 Tuesday, even if I lose $4 Wednesday, how much did I make with my $12 contract, everybody? $140. So if I went from $12 to $140, just like that, I want you all to understand that even if it took me 7 different tries, losing $12, if you add that up, I'm still profitable. So even if I took the whole last week, every single day trying that to make it work, with just one trade, I was profitable on it. And you know what's the craziest part? That contract currently is around $700 from around $10. And it hit a low of $4 like somewhere randomly throughout the day when we were at like the lows. So, no, yeah. Absolutely phenomenal. Somebody asks, am I still going to hold the puts? That is correct. That's the thing you need to understand about how I trade. I trade based off of levels and ranges, meaning if that contract goes worthless, it goes worthless. The second I buy it, I'm instantly planning on making the money back for it without trying to think about selling it. Once I make the money back for it, I then kind of go back to the drawing board, see if I want to, sell out, maybe buy another one, and I just keep progressing from there, right? That's the only thing you have to do. But once you actually make the money back, then you can kind of go back to the drawing board. I wouldn't really try to rush it, nor would I try to be impatient, nor would I try to put a stop loss or stare at the screen all day. Kind of like today. Imagine if you were doing something today. Imagine if you were just like, I gotta go walk my dog real quick, and you came back with a SPY call. Imagine. Well, that's why I tell you guys, sometimes you buy and you wait. You literally throw your phone across the room, because I'm going to set you up with a fantastic buy. Not just a fantastic buy, but some of the best buys in the world. Because these charts are phenomenal. And all I'm doing here is kind of like being a middleman for the charts. Think of it like that. I kind of meet the charts, I see what the charts are saying, and I bring the information to you. That's all it is. And look at how crazy this is. Like every single one of them are working, right? I'm telling you, it's the best thing in the world. You just disappear. You go to the store real quick, grab some food, randomly walking across the street. Gotta do this, gotta do that. Go home. You clean this, you clean that. You look at the phone. You just pass out. You just drop to the floor. No comment. You just drop. That's how it is sometimes. Why does this thing still have a dotted thing here? Do you guys see this? It's like... that thing's been bugging me out since I started fixing it. I don't know why it's doing that. So, again, we're going to hold the puts till tomorrow. Remember, you're trading a range. And currently, the range looks something like this here. So that means you would want this to fall maybe somewhere down here. And then, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it wants to continue to break up higher. Remember, it might do that now. SPY's been down here for a long time. It's about time SPY starts ripping up. But again, you see how it just reacts perfectly off the lines I just created a couple seconds ago? So that's just the magic of just ranges, right? All right, so we're done with this. We're going to look at our charts tomorrow. We're going to look at our phones tomorrow. We're up 15,000% on the week. We might trade tomorrow. We might not. I might have to deal with something, so I'll let you guys know if I'm gonna be here in the morning. I might not be here in the morning. But yeah, I'll let you know. I might have to take care of something. In the meantime, though, we're gonna take a little break here. We're gonna shut everything off. We'll come back in like an hour or two, and then we're gonna start planning for tomorrow. We're not gonna buy nothing overnight no more. We already got our NVDA contract. That should be good enough. If NVIDIA wants to rip up to the sky finally, so be it. NVIDIA's earnings is in a month from now, so it might want to start running up now. However, we're just going to play our cards a little risky right now because we had some nice profit. And yeah, we'll see if NVIDIA could fall from 112 to right back down to around like 100. I would be satisfied with that. No, yeah. I don't feel tired. I didn't really sleep last night. I got like a little nap this morning. But no, yeah, somehow I don't feel tired. And I ate. Just a little weird. I guess this is just making me excited. I don't know. Alright, so we're going to wait for NVIDIA. We're going to wait for SPY. We're going to wait for Microsoft. Let me see if we should sell to Microsoft just in case right now. Oh my god, you're at 380. Let me see. Wait, what? Those 0 days. Let me see the 0 days. How much the 0 day contracts would have been for Microsoft? Don't tell me they would have been at like... You little shit. You little shit. They're up 1,000%. So that $10 account would have basically been around $100 right now. So that other account would have been up 1,000%. We had sold the Microsoft $8 contract. I had not posted it to the Discord. So for those of you who actually got into the Microsoft one and held it, because I didn't post that I sold it yet, I completely forgot to post it. You guys should be up 1,000%. So I'm happy with that still. That's still amazing. Literally exactly what we stated, right? We were like, this $8 contract should go to around $100. And that's wild how it did. Yeah, I'm happy. I don't want more. That's it. We had enough. This has been a blessing. We got to take what we have right now. Go back to the drawing board, everybody. I'll meet you in about an hour. And yeah, let's continue this. We got a whole bunch of days left. Imagine this. Imagine this. SPY just barely jumped from the floor, right? You just hit 480. Now you're up $50, right? You're at 530, almost 540. It's going to slow down and it's not going to keep running up that much. We all know that. By the time it actually runs up towards the top, guess how much money we're going to have and how much capital and how much opportunity and how much this, how much that. So even if you missed out on today, I wouldn't feel bad. I would feel extremely happy because now you know our ideas. We're not just full of it, you know? And every single day, you're going to have to put me to the test of maybe today he's going to be wrong. Maybe today he's going to be wrong. Maybe today he's going to be wrong. And I want you to do that so that you're always kind of not throwing yourself into whatever I'm saying, like fully believing it, without having your own kind of consensus and ideas to bounce back, see if it's true. Don't follow, right? Actually know if it's good and it's logical and it's smart. Never follow. Never be a sheep. Everybody else is a sheep, and that's the reason why they trade the way they do. It's, you know, a bunch of sheep. Fluffy ones, right? There we go. Trying to throw you off. But you understand what I'm trying to say. You just can't be like that. This is amazing. This is phenomenal. Let's take this slow. You said might run up again. Breaking news. Let's see. What is the breaking news? Let's see what's going on over there. Trump is meeting with China. Remember, tariff information is going to start to become good information. So, although it's bad right now, it's going to start hitting the market in a different way. Maybe not instantly, but within the next month or two. So we have to pay attention to that. So yeah, just be careful. I can see that happening. Actually, before I leave, I'm gonna have to fix up. I keep forgetting to do this every single day, and I feel like now that today was a really good day, it gives me a reason to do it. Let me just fix the Patreon real quick. I gotta delete all this for this tier, and then I disappear. Okay, so I'm gonna get you, Microsoft. Watch. I'm coming back for you. We are up a lot on the other Microsoft contract. But no, yeah, I want to get a nice cheap contract and go 1000%. It's kind of like the Thanos rings, you know? You got to get one for every company. We have one for Tesla. We did 1000% with $10. We did it for SPY. We did it for NVDA. What else we're missing? Microsoft. And then we got to do... I'm not even going to bother with Apple. Maybe Amazon? Actually, Meta. Meta. There we go. We could do it with Meta. I know that's for sure. Let's actually... Well, wait a second. Meta's extremely oversold, isn't it? Let's take a look. I might add to the NVIDIA contract at around like 355, by the way, for the put. We bought it at 28. But yeah, we'll see how it is tomorrow. Because theoretically, we still have till Friday, right? Theoretically. Damn, that SPY call is at $700 from $4. That's amazing. 700 to $4. How much percent is that in a day? That's like 15,000. That's literally how much my account is up. That's so funny. Wait, that's insane. I just realized that. That SPY contract is up as much as I'm up in the week. That's disrespectful, you know? That's basically stating I could whatever gain I got, I could do it in a day, basically, is what that just told me. So I think you know what's the next plan, especially while SPY is still down here, moving aggressively like this. Oh, I think you already know what's the plan. We need everybody on all posts at all times. I need everybody breaking this down whenever